Alright, so we're here with the very last week of this update. Hooray! We have made it. PogChamp. So, what did we learn last time? Yeah, this weapon set is unlockable. There's still some currency hunting, but yeah. Alright, so let's finish this and see what happens at this milestone. Sure, this is Temple of the Spider stuff. Neat. Amazing. Well, we'll wrap it up with like a moment and whatever my hot take is at the end of this. At the end of the three, once I finish the 3 tunes, so we'll see. Alright, so we're basically just turning in whatever we have now, since this is the last milestone. And I don't know if I will ever be hunting for these things, but there's probably another set of milestone quests after this. We're just going to do it on all 3 characters, I guess. I hope it's just one. Like, hey, go to Temple Master of the Spiders and help me do this thing. We'll talk more about my criticisms about legacy gear factoring into entry requirements and how it's kind of half measures at the moment. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I don't reckon today is gonna take too long. Quite crowded today. Huh. Interesting. Fairly crowded. Or maybe evenly spread. It is very much to do with people congregating to kill worms and darkness for the last milestone. Don't particularly know if there's a milestone in this one that requires somewhat party play. I mean, outside of Master Temple of the Spider. I didn't make a comment about Temple of the Spider, so we'll make a little bit of a review, maybe some criticisms, perhaps some personal opinions regarding Temple of the Spider as well, which is not shown in all the 10 weeks of stream. That stuff happens after because it requires party play. And my sentiments about party play is that most updates introduce party play that legacies into gear that isn't part of the actual update, which makes even evaluating that stuff a thing of privilege and not a thing of privilege and legacy, not necessarily part of the content. Something that hasn't changed for years. Trials and dungeons are largely, unequivocally irrelevant to the progression of completing the campaign. It's so compartmentalized and generally involves legacy gear. There's other observations. I think it's heading towards a self-contained type of module setup. I like to think it is. It looks like it is. So perhaps the measure is a little bit more unapologetic in the future update that's coming soon. I just want to time these out. So today's thing is we pop to 100 as quickly as possible. Maybe grab darkness if Peepos. We just find out Peepos wanted to do darkness in the same instance we are in. And then we can get the set, like, I guess. I'm actually lacking currency on this character because I actually bought 6 different companion gear. And of course, that guy teleported to destroy the same set of mobs. Out of courtesy, just go in the other direction. I already had voiced my personal opinions about not sharing credit kills, requiring to hit something for credit kills. That's just irrelevant now, to be honest. The archaic form of, hey, does this person have to kill little mobs if they are standing in the vicinity? It's such diminished returns that having individuals already accessible, like the requirements to enter these areas already makes the trash mobs like less than a second impediments, right? The things that you kill all the time. That having this, I don't know what the actual lowest threshold of kill credit is. Maybe 1 tap within 5 seconds or something, and staying in combat with it. It's such diminished returns to seize the opportunity to reduce questing toxicity. You might be thinking, man, questing toxicity. Game like this? Yeah, and in a game like this. It's very archaic. Relatively, there are very few. What were the fungus things? Very few examples of this type of quest sharing, or lack of quest sharing. Personal choice, I mean group choice by the developers, of course. Pretty sure I just saw having to kill Striders, but Fish Tracker is very tiny. We'll be getting this done right quick though. Except for the worm things that I left on the other 2 tunes. We're just gonna bootstrap through the 3 areas once. I think that might be sufficient. Burn fungus thing is one of the newer additions, which involves staring at the ground. On grass patches. For these little things here. Okie dokie. Alright. And then we're off to the next update, man. I wonder how long that'll be. It will liberate my Tuesdays, though, for the time being. Nice to take... Yep. I did have to kill Driders. Hopefully, the little cubby group is still there. Come on, cubby group. Not like this. Aha! That's what I mean. Kill credit. Exchange. See, that person hit it once, maybe? And I hit it second. So... And then this person's gonna come here. Or not. Maybe that person's done, but whatever it is. Oh, there it is. I already killed it. I mean, I could have waited. But I'm over it. Sorry, my random stranger. Had to demonstrate a point. That person was like 6 seconds behind. Now you just gotta factor in mount speed and movement speed differences. Everyone doing it? Hey look, the Drider group is dead. Who would have thought? After 10 weeks, it doesn't get old. Hey look, the Drider group is dead. You know what? Let's just skip this. There were some patch notes released today. One day it'll be interesting, I think. And it isn't just some like for sake of a better phrase, a low effort correction of some text. It's difficult. It's very difficult, to be fair. Or to be lenient about weekly patch notes. I mean, or lack of weekly patch notes, or any indication that there is active consideration for things. I can tell you, I am still aware, for better or for worse, maybe 10 things. Those generally I focus on the worst, not that works to the player's advantage, because honestly that's what keeps players playing. The stuff that gets priority, ironically, the stuff that has priority ironically are the ones that get high priority correction. The ones that keep players playing tend to be the ones that have top priority of being corrected. I'm aware of at least 10 things. We're gonna say modestly 5 is a little 5 is straight up easy to explain. It's basically just a piece of gear that doesn't work appropriately, and it's at the detriment It's at the detriment of the player. Not that it's too detrimental, because it's just something I know that isn't working, and it's not something relevant to most of the players. Just an example of poor QCing. Like a piece of armor that reduces critical avoidance by 20%, and that's all it does. Wait, is it 20%? Hold up. There's something egregious, and it doesn't do anything else. All it does is reduce. All it does is let's find it. Where is it? Yeah, it just decreases your income. It's not as bad. It reduces your incoming healing by 30%. That's all the piece of gear does. Literally negative stats. And it's not part of this update. It's already like 6 months old. Still there. Still there. But cannot apply simple stats. Like legit static elements. Plenty of those examples. But you know, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that whoever's there's a separate person QCing hypos in the game and UI explainers. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. That person is a different person that's retroactively looking at what is current gear that has inappropriate stat adjustments. Unless it's the same person, you could also be fair. It's the same person, and therefore it can escape the wary eye of the person. Who knows? Transparency is key here, or rather the lack of transparency is key here. Won't know. Won't know. It's a black box. A show, easily one of the showpiece. The gear is up front and center. One of the showpieces. There is a joke here somewhere. Maybe like I would totally be satisfied if it just said you lost 30% incoming healing, and that's just it. It would be, technically the piece would be accurate as opposed to be inaccurate. That's probably the most egregious one so far that I'm aware of, where it's egregious because it's not like something intricate. It's a static element that's missing, and it's most 100% at the player's expense, and it was the last update. The other ones are a little bit older, they're just legacied into the game, so they're excusable since retroactive corrections may be lower in priority since the gear pieces are not relevant. This one's not that relevant either. It's just really funny. Getting loot in this game sometimes can feel like an adventure game, where what you do is you get the loot, not reading the description, and then just trial and error it and see if it's effectively if it increases your effectiveness, as opposed to anticipatory, where you see the description of the gear, right, and then you're kind of theory crafting. Just throw theory craft. Take a light, take a more empirical approach. If you have what keeps a person, if you change your frame of mind to, hey, we should play to empirically test everything for effectiveness, as opposed to theory crafting, you could probably convince yourself to play longer just for the empirical testing aspect, as opposed to like the theory crafting aspect. A mindset that will save you a lot of heartache in this game tends to be, just wait until the thing goes live, get the gear, use the gear, measure your output and effectiveness, and that's your gameplay time. As opposed to waiting for an update, going to the Neverwinter site, looking at how they're advertising it, and then preparing for it, which is anticipatory. Although they're still doing it, I find it nearly almost a disservice. It makes it, the anticipatory nature is only coupled with disappointment. So personally, if you're not going to be, if one decides not to be transparent about most things and follow through, instead of relying on half measures, I think saving the heartache of disappointment would just simply don't update on what's coming up. Just release when the update's ready. Keep people on their toes. Remove the preview shard, I suppose, as well. I don't particularly think it's very effective over these years. Perhaps that's an unpopular opinion, but for me, I would like to argue those who think the preview shard is effective are the minority of prospective players. I mean, it's sorry to them, I suppose. They're going to lose out on anticipatory advantage, but who are they and getting anticipatory advantage relative to? All the new players who eventually just play and then quit the game immediately after 3 months, knowing that there's a bunch of gatekeepers. You know, tell yourself. It comes back at the devs too. Once the content goes live, the emotional baggage of having bootstrapped the content on a preview and then doing it live takes away from the empirical experience, reduces actual gameplay time, and it increases the feeling of exceptionalism, which feeds back on the gatekeeping. I've done it once, I think. See if like help with, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, testing something. Most of my concerns were realized in the live thing, so it's not that my contribution contribution actually circumvented any criticisms. And that was back in New Sharandar. It most definitely did not, since most of the devs were more concerned about pain giving. It confirmed a lot of my suspicions, so the experience was helpful to understand, at least passively, from the other side, not proactively. Understand the who's calling the shots, at least getting a lens into who's calling the shots. So a lot of my criticisms come within reflection of that experience. Is this enough? It's myopic, it's groupthink. There's no room for very little room for actual change. Or at least gross change. Maybe some iterative changes. Alright. We need one more, so let's go and kick the Drider's teeth in. Hopefully, up here. And kill that heroic encounter. And then see what the last milestone's requirements are. I mean, outside of needing to do Temple of the Spider, which it's off to the next update. If there isn't an introduction for superseding legacy party gear, then yes, it's off to the next Oh, whoops, that's the wrong button. It's off to the next update. Not hitting the right button. All right, that's 25 in the bag. About to go Driders. There. No. I forgot. This is just the one. But also bottlenecks. Oh, that's, you know, that's a good that's another change I wouldn't mind. Having the repeatables be not paired up, just have them one at a time, so it selects a new one even if you only can complete one of them, instead of locking them behind obtrusively very terrible, in my opinion, bottleneck ones like this, where you have to complete this one in order to gain access to the pair of the repeatables again. So you can continue the momentum. Oh, that's cute. Cosmetic. I mean, a fashion item. Right. I gotta switch. Wow, everyone's corralling into the same instance because of the worms and darks. I did not see a shift in holy heck. I just rubber band twice on Mighty Leap. Alright. We're good. Head back. Finish the first character. See how many things are afterwards. Hopefully it's not linear, where you have to finish the prior sequence to get to the new sequence. That would be an incredible oversight. Alright. Alright, we're at the new milestone. And then we get this piece of gear, but I already took the fix, I guess. Just so that I can attempt Master Temple of the Spider, so I don't know. We'll just leave this sitting there, I guess. Maybe it'll be relevant or not relevant. And is the thing gated behind... Oh, it is not. All it simply does is allow you to do this. And I imagine refining this requires additional Temple of the Spider runs, Master Temple of the Spider runs. So, hooray. There it is. We did it. Go do characters. Am I retiring this character? I was thinking of catching up on the fighter. Alright. Oh, I'll make a comment after we do all three of these. All three of these characters. Alright. Which one was this left on? The worms? I mean, I guess we can look. We can at least snag a worm. Oh, right. I have to do it twice. Infinite wisdom. Corrupted priest. They're only the big ones, so. Just the big ones. These guys. Hmm. Wait, what do I have? You know, just realized I don't see my little cat friend. Where? Oh, where do I have you? Nope, did not upgrade you. So what is the alternative? Oh, I didn't upgrade you either. I suppose we could use you. No? Yeah, we can take a look. See who this person is. And then we have to burn these spores. Right here. I don't think this thing actually AoEs the way I expect it to. Yeah, it's fine. I was gonna just use a companion that. Oh, that's a bad idea. Don't do what I just did. Do not do that. This is not that type of game. Do not jump invisible walls. You will be stuck. Hmm. Aggro no knows this. Aggro does not know vertical distance. Nope. Didn't see any wormos. Curious if how long that loading screen text error is gonna be, or not text error. It's more of a someone forgot to address the actual string, the string for the text for that load screen. So it just has like the or maybe they forgot to upload the actual image of the text. But that's still there. Every time you load into this, you have the placeholder ones with where there's still underscore and the designator for the image file. That's something that gets addressed in patch notes. Why am I doing this? I don't need to do this. Okay. That didn't do anything. Interesting line of sight on the AoE on the mount. Half the mobs LOS'd it. Even though they were standing next to it. Must have been some verticality thing. The little bumps. Look at that. Okay. I would say week 10 is fast, but to get the box, it's not going to be for another like 6 months for anyone who is new to this game. So evaluating that is kind of a moot point for most. When that it would just be a min-maxing fishing experiment for anyone who's willing to lift the Masterworks ticket item requirement. Even the current set is not enough to alleviate the price of entry. At least not a week after the set has become available to most majority of players, I guess. I still see worm calls, so there's still a substantial number of players who weren't doing 1 week upkeeps. It's understandable. I mean, it's 10 weeks long. It's pretty egregious, in my opinion. I take, what, 6 weeks? 6 weeks seems fairly more reasonable. What? Oh, interesting. The hive things changed. The location changed. There was definitely one there before. That's twice now. Hmm. Okay. Okay. All right. No. One more. What the heck? Me? Hooray! It's an epic insignia dusted. Can I sneak around? Probably not. Oh, there's another mob over there too. There are gonna be some deep cuts in the summary today. Okay, 25 in the bag. Yep. Actually, probably a lot faster just to jump off the cliff and respawn in a campfire. But, it's okay. Dark 5. I don't know what instance we've been placed back into. It's not this one. There's a very lonely dragonborn with a chef's hat on. I would like to do darkness there. Feel sad, no friends. Perhaps that dude will join me at the last second on this one. Anywhere. What you thinking about today? how confusing the matchmaking is? Are you talking about role matching, casual, non-role restricted, arcade matching, role competitive? Confusing. I see. In what way is it confusing? Have you gotten to the bottom of your confusion? As a disclaimer, there are 10 there are 3 very likely scenarios where this dialogue is going to go towards, but I'm curious which direction this is going to go towards. Alright, you guys go rescue those peeps while I start on that other one. Oh, someone has already started it. If I am so... Don't do this. Don't kill them. Don't do it. Take your time, buddy. Whoever you are, take your time. Oh. Never mind. What? It wasn't started. Oh wait, is this bugged? Nah. Bugs in Neverwinter. People ranks are all over the place. You're never sure what actually goes on because actual match rating they use people to match is hidden. Yeah, it's hidden by choice. So yeah, it certainly would be confusing since the people you're playing with has selected to hide their ranks. It's by coincidence because I actually do know how Overwatch 2's matchmaking works. I used to be quite involved with Overwatch in general. Their hidden MMR, that's again just a designer choice because of community feedback. You must be confused about a lot of games though, just taking into that account. Because the hidden MMR is far more consistent than the displayed one. So if you're questioning anything, you would probably question the displayed one more than the MMR one at this point, because it's season 2 now. Statistically, it would be more likely to be accurate. So you can't really say if their rank is all over the place. If your assertion is that there's a hidden MMR that's carried and legacied, which it is true, but it is legacied. There's a soft reduction reset at the beginning of each season, but largely it does carry. That type of I'm not gonna call it an MMR, adaptive rating. That adaptive rating is carried through most Blizzard games, including Hearthstone. Regardless of what the display system is, one with a larger sample size is far more accurate, which is why they continue to use the weighted adaptive rating. No, that's not, you misunderstood me. There is hidden MMR. To accept your premise, you cannot know and understand something that's hidden from you. So it is an assertion. And it's confirmed. There is hidden MMR. To make the statement that you are confused about something that is asserted and confirmed to be hidden, you cannot comprehend something that is not visible to you. So attempting to create order in something that you and I both agree exist is illogical. Unless you choose to say that you understand hidden MMR and therefore you're confused about the actual matchmaking. If you understand what I mean. So, your last comment, I didn't say there isn't hidden MMR. My comment is that MMR is an adaptive system, so it is more likely to be accurate in someone's reflective rating. And trying to understand something that is hidden from you, I can appreciate that why you would be confused. However, it is more likely to be more accurate than the display rank that players are voluntarily using. Do not display. Which the display ranking has a different weighted system. It's for the season. So if you're trying to understand that the display rankings are confusing, which is displayed so you can actually see it, the display ranking is unweighted. It is one that's reflective in the current season. So if you had the perspective and expectation that it deals with an unweighted metric of the current season, then it's very less confusing. I didn't say you were confused with the MMR system. You are trying to understand the matchmaking system with the hidden system. So you have no verifiable data to diminish your confusion. You continue to follow the same narrative after I made a clarification that I did not ignore your confusion. I didn't say you were confused about MMR. I'm saying you're trying to solve your confusion with something that we both know is hidden. So how do you solve that confusion? I have no idea. But if I can't see or observe something, I suppose I can't know if it doesn't make sense or makes sense. Because you can't observe it. You can't even say if it's confusing or not because you don't see it. It's kind of like the Osu meme, I guess. I don't know. Like, there isn't anything to observe to be confused about, in my opinion. Unless you're saying you somehow know it's always putting you up higher, which I don't see how you can know that. We can just test it until it makes sense. Go on. How would you approach that? I would be interested. Have you considered how you would test that? I don't see how you're making the observations about something that's hidden already, so perhaps you might want to enlighten me on that too, because I don't understand how you can come to the conclusion that when you play together, the game keeps ranking you up. I don't understand how you know it's ranking you up if the MMR is hidden. Unless you're talking about the display rank, ranks you up. But we already came to the conclusion that the display rank is not the same as MMR. And that display rank is not weighted over multiple seasons. You could, and bear with me, level with me here, you could be using an ad hominem argument where you feel visibly that the two of you have ad hominemly equally qualified experience, and you are making the assumption that the hidden MMR is placing you higher. For example, in the first, to figure out that affects MMR given after, yeah, but it's gone now. Sure. That's a very deep cut, but I'm going to tell you again that players make assumptions about a hidden system that does not know the entire details. They observe by empirically testing those things based on ad hominem perception of people's skill level. When statistically, the Overwatch team didn't ever disclose exactly how that works. Generally speaking, in terms of game design, MMR and adaptive rating systems are hidden because when it is fully transparent how it is done, MMR can be exploited and manipulated in favor of the game's metrics. So when it comes to competitive games, it's a very tight compromising road to effectively give full transparency on rating systems. If you were scored on a test and all the test questions are already there, it would be highly inflated. So the idea of MMR systems and display system is that the display system offers some unweighted metric that you can empirically measure against temporarily, and MMR systems tend to have non-100% transparencies. When the entire metric of a rating system is revealed, it's inherent for human condition to exploit and use that. That's fair. No one said you're advocating for it. I'm making an observation. But you are inferring something that requires it to be open, which you can't possibly know because it isn't open. So instead of running your singular narrative that you're doing right now, what I would encourage is to step back and ask yourself, how do you test and know these things? Because you did not test and know these things. You are making assumptions about it. You're inferring that you can test these things when it's truly and utterly hidden. So no matter how much you bootstrap, you do not have the information in order to infer the accuracy of your empirical observations. It's deliberately being obscured. It's blind testing. So if you're the participant in a system And the adaptive rating is deliberately blinded in order to prevent the participants to measure and game the MMR system. It's intentionally done that way. So if you're confused, I find it very reasonable. Like in fact, that's part of the expectation that you would be confused. However, the feeling of dissatisfaction, because you say you're not satisfied, that confusion is something self-made. So unfortunately, that's a little bit of victim blaming. I can't really offer you sympathies or empathize with your dissatisfaction. I mean, there's nothing much can be done unless I can somehow hack Blizzard's server. All we can do is just keep observing and make... Yeah. But that's the action part. I'm addressing your confusion and your dissatisfaction because that was the point, right? The point you were making is that you are confused about the matchmaking. And it's creating dissatisfaction, predicated on assumptions that you cannot make rationally, to be honest. So there's a cognitive dissonance here. Something you are assuming and the pattern of your critical thinking is not providing enough clarity, acceptance, or satisfaction for you. And I think of a game that does. I don't know. Do you like playing Overwatch? It sounds like the matchmaking system perhaps might be turning you off on Overwatch, but I can't say there's another game that doesn't use that type of establishment. It's since you've gone to school, right? So like if you've ever gone through any form of formal education or employment that deals with performance-based evaluation, these are like the inherent pillars of ways of rating people. The interviewer interviews the interviewee with privileged information in order to rate the interviewee. The interviewee could test, observe, and assume certain things. However, that assumption is likely to be erroneous. It can be consistently erroneous, but it can also be consistently sufficient. It is rarely ever completely accurate. And that gives some psychological benefit to both. That it invites the person that's being observed, the observer and the participant, to constantly be aiming for an imaginary assumption, which elevates their performance in favor of the person who's actually doing the rating. There would be a really interesting, elegant way of doing this double-blinded, but I don't think that type of thing really works very well publicly. Like, I don't think the public opinion about double-blinded rating systems is a thing, so I don't think there's a game that uses double-blinded rating system where the game collects data to inform the structure of the rating system, and then the rating system part is designed blinded to the participants, but the participant generates data that's blinded to the the creators of the rating system. Oh, you like the game itself? Fair enough. It's temporary emotion, because by idea, if I keep ranking up and my friend keeps staying in one place, we won't be able to play together, or I have to switch both. Emotions are temporary, so yes, I agree. That statement is independently qualifiable. The question is, how temporary is it if you stop playing Overwatch? It can be temporary enough sufficiently to create discomfort that carries most of your decision making. In fact, this dissatisfaction, albeit you might consider it temporary, it is affecting your decision making and your critical thinking about games moving forward in general. In the future, when you play another competitive game, whatever you experience here is going to be relevant to that. So even if the feeling is temporarily, it's becoming associated and encoded with the memory that you have now. So in the future, your decision making, thinking, and arguments will impact whatever game you decide to move on with. You can choose to ignore it though, so that's fair. Like sometimes I really do appreciate how individuals can compartmentalize their experiences. It's a very healthy response, in my opinion. I just don't do it very often. Or what I mean is, I'm not very well practiced in getting really close to the problem. By what I mean by very close is, I'm not dissatisfied with this particular point anymore, so therefore I can't see the connection with it in the bigger picture. So like when your dissatisfaction subsides as you guys play together, it will diminish whatever memory or experience you have about this discussion we have now and your experience. So most of your, I'm going to say your experiences are treated like currency. And that currency, once expended or converted or transformed, they are compartmentalized. At least that's what you're insisting. Which I would have to respect because I cannot appreciate that. I can't empathize with that sentiment where when you become upset with something, dissatisfied or confused with something, and then you find acceptance by telling yourself that it's temporary. So when that dissatisfaction subsides, it's no longer relevant or shape anything after, right? It's temporary. There are very few experiences in my life that I can empathize that is temporary. So for example, your experience with the very discussion we're having now, the very dissatisfaction and confusion of matchmaking stuff, if you are passively participating in this experience and then you play another game and you can, I will take your word for it, whatever happens here will become irrelevant to whatever happens later in like your next game that you're playing. I cannot empathize with that. It's very rare that any experience is independent of any experience after. So like the next competitive shooting game, this experience, if it's meaningful, becomes relevant to that. It carries over. That experience carries over. Most of these aspects and understanding are learning experience. I'm not talking about the emotional side of things. I'm just talking about the semantic side of things. So if you find this confusing, I think likely that in the future there will be this discussion again about another MMR system that is nebulous and the matchmaking doesn't make sense to you, etc., or like it's confusing. I don't think this is just a one-off where it's unique to Overwatch. At least that is my conservative guess. I don't think there are many systems in which they will be able to fulfill your requirements, where you feel like it makes sense where you are without the big picture. I call it temporary because If I close the game and went for a snack, I forget about what I felt. I care more about the nuance of gameplay itself. Or I like the matchmaking too. That's fair. So again, I specifically said this is not an emotional carryover, it's semantical knowledge. And then you acknowledge specifically again what I said about the carryover of semantic knowledge. So yes, I read your temporarily thing correctly, and I basically said what you said just now. And I want to further the point that you decided to not put together, which is that semantic knowledge will continue to carry over. So it is not necessarily temporary, this experience, but you choose to compartmentalize the emotions as temporary. And I don't necessarily think even that is temporary, because it becomes associated with semantics. There are so many times that you've made a comment and an assumption, and it deals with the emotions that you foreseeably said was compartmentalized and temporary. But a lot of times, the comments you make infer an emotional association. Like, it's confusing that the MMR system is making you dissatisfied. I don't think a person who is semantically inclined and objective inclined would find it confusing, because the MMR system works that way. Unless this is the first time you've ever encountered a hidden MMR system. Which, yeah, if this is your first time, it could be possibly your first time, actually, now that I think about it. I'm not gonna try to do whatever a matchmaker presumably wants you to do. Oh, that's interesting. What do you mean by that? So, are you want... Oh, so I get it. So you want to continue playing with your friend, right? And the matchmaker is going to prevent you eventually from doing that. And that sucks. Personally, that is a very emotional thing, and that would suck because you can't play with your friend anymore. The matchmaker is going to make that not possible. I get that, if that's what you mean by you don't want to do whatever the matchmaker presumably wants you to do, which is to stop playing with your friend. I totally get that. That actually stopped me from playing Overwatch quite a bit. Like Overwatch 1, it happened quite a bit too. I can empathize with that. 100%, if that's what you're talking about. It would be nice, but can't circumvent those things, unfortunately. It's kind of like, unless I'm reading too much into it. It's kind of like you and your friend wants to go to the same university, but you can't, because the system deemed you not compatible. Either your friend or you are not measured as equally skilled, right? By a system with very specific standardization. I'm also trying not to make it sound like you should be happy or accepting or understanding of these systems. Systems tend to be... People have emotional opinions about systems because they don't fit everything. They're not going to cater to people. I mean, the biggest hidden MMR system ever for a human being is the game of life. So it's just very difficult for me to be not critical about the idea that a smaller system involving matching people with their perceived victory, perceived skill rating created by another human being or a group of human beings is largely an emotional experience. Largely an emotional experience. And choosing to ignore that each time you encounter it can have a person be continuously newly dissatisfied and confused each time. For me, I largely don't feel that way anymore because I don't compartmentalize my emotions in that way. I played Sierra and I was much younger, and that's even more obscure system, but it felt more consistent in quality of matches. It's nice that your emotional state when you were younger is in line with the system that Valve created, right? Is it Valve? Is it still Valve that handles the upkeep of CS? So you have to understand, well, at least what a hidden point that I'm trying to make, I guess, maybe I'm not direct, is that the emotional state of you have changed. The way the relative system of rating hasn't really changed. They either make you feel a certain way or they don't. But in a way to appeal to your compartmentalization of your emotions, it is an apples and orange comparison. And I do understand that. So you don't necessarily have to feel bad again and again. Or good or bad, or, you know, depending on how the system changed. I just choose to understand the scope of how rating systems work. And then I don't feel either bad or good or dissatisfied or confused about it. But at the same time, I can't feel good about it. I can't feel bad about it either. So that would be a point of alternative perspective. My alternative perspective is I cannot sympathize or empathize with you how you're trying to understand something that is inherently nebulous. Like, it's inherently obscured, right? The intent is that if I don't like it, well, shucks. But being confused about it is trying to understand something that was not intended to be understood by the participant. You could be the designer, though. You could be part of the organizers who do that. And typically the developers or the organizers are not factored into the system they're making. It's a conflict of interest, right? So again, exploitation, gaming, not knowledge of the actual MMR system will likely favor the creator, even though it may not depict their actual skill level, because they are the designers of the system. It sounds like you still enjoy Overwatch, which is nice. I can't say the same for me. Coffers and I attempted to play Overwatch 2, and frankly speaking, it's more about the psychology of Overwatch's role competitive, not necessarily the MMR system. I rarely concern myself with the MMR system, from obviously what I've already stated about a lack of an emotional investment in understanding something I cannot observe. However, I fell out because of the community. Yeah, largely the state of the community, not necessarily the game itself. The game itself is all right. I played for quite some time, but we tried with Overwatch 2. Offers was curious. We played the first season launch. It was okay. Of Overwatch 2. And he sort of kind of dabbled in Overwatch 1. I played closed beta and like the first 10 seasons, maybe 11? Something like that. And 3 to 4 of those seasons were role queues when it was introduced. I haven't ever played CSGO. So I have no comments about that. I cannot comment on something about the experience, since I completely lack any experience. Or CS Source. I largely, the only competitive FPS in my very limited experience is Overwatch. And even in Overwatch, I rarely got anything per se like CSGO. I don't really engage with community, even though everyone's talking about how it's a team game. You just leave, play sniper, and have positive win rate, just sharing how it looks from your perspective. Yeah, fair enough. If you have a positive win rate, that's observable. If that's the metric to your satisfaction. Ironclad. It's a very inwardly looking perspective. Hot take. Your perspective is one of the reasons I stopped playing Overwatch 2. And I don't think it's true, but opinions and perspectives can disagree with each other without due to the selective nature of metrics. As long as you're climbing, you know, as long as you're climbing. I imagine if you have a positive win ratio, you're naturally climbing, right? It seems like a minimum to keep one engaged in competitive play. What do you not like about that, though? I didn't say I didn't like anything about it. This is not an emotional take. I didn't stop playing Overwatch because I didn't like it. I stopped playing Overwatch because I did not resonate with the community anymore. It is one of the reasons I stopped playing Overwatch 2. It's not the reason I dislike Overwatch. I'm not entirely sure if I dislike Overwatch, now that I think about it. Do I dislike Overwatch? I haven't asked myself that question. No, I don't dislike Overwatch 2, like the game itself. I don't resonate with the community. Like the psychology of the community. It's probably one of the it is one of the reasons I stopped playing. This game that I'm playing now, I don't resonate with the community either. I still play it. Do I like this game? I still like the game itself, overall. And I specifically said I like the game. I don't resonate with the community at all. And you ask, what do I not like about the game? I don't dislike anything about the game. Yeah. Why is resonating with community important? Because I'm an outwardly looking person. I think I've established that quite a bit. My motivation is vicariously reflective of the community. It is very boring thinking about myself. If you're one that thinks like myself, it would be very inherent to understand how boring it is to learn more about the self. It's far more enjoyable and intellectually stimulating to learn about other people. I generally have no idea what that even means. Resonating with the community. Imagine if Overwatch 2 was like hot dog. Sniper DPS is the GOAT. Whoever is a good sniper DPS carries the game. And that's reflective of 95% of community opinion. You would be at home. You would resonate with the community. That's not what the community... what you just said doesn't resonate with the community. Overwatch 2 community. Snipers are legitimately what you just described are the reason why most Overwatch 2 players are leaving. It's not about truth. Or not about truth. It's about resonating. I'm giving you an example. You are asking me, hypothetically, what does resonating with the community mean? I say, imagine if the community had your opinion. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. I think what you mean by true is you mean facts. It isn't. It's not true. That's an example. What is it like to resonate with a community? It's to resonate in opinion. It's to embody the psychology of what makes you feel home. You clearly don't resonate with the community. I use the word imagine as a hypothetical. Do you never feel like you resonate with anyone? I mean, actually, I could probably answer that question, to be honest. Since inwardly looking people inherently do not resonate with anyone, so occasionally you'll find the rare person who resonate with you. It's not really about, for me, I guess, it's not about people resonating with me. It's about how I can resonate with them. So, in a way, Overwatch 2 would present a great intellectual challenge to try to understand their perspective. But in this case, the barrier was too great for myself. I was unable to behave like the Overwatch community. That challenge was too great for me. For you, it's irrelevant. You don't have to grasp anything. You only think about yourself. Like, you're inwardly focusing. Almost all your comments deal with inwardly focusing stuff. Occasionally, maybe you extend it to one or two people that you choose, which those people probably resonate with you the best. Or you choose to resonate with them. I'm a curator of perspectives. I'm not one that like to project my own perspective. It's not as interesting. Like, if you want to hear my opinions, it's probably interesting, but I'm gonna be honest with you. It's irrelevant what my opinion is to someone who favors their own. So it's kind of one of those fun little paradoxes where you're exchanging conversation, but it's pretty clear that one is seeking inspiration from another, and the other one is just looking for affirmation and confirmation of their own beliefs. It's a human condition thing. I don't necessarily think it's like you can't. It's not a deal breaker or anything like that. Like, you don't. At least I don't feel it's a deal breaker. I usually don't feel that way about most things, though. So I'm not entirely sure if that's very meaningful to someone like you. I understand your perspective. I just don't empathize with it. I have no emotions. Like, because I don't think that way, I guess, anymore. So no emotional baggage, I guess. It sounds like you know what keeps yourself happy, I think. Overall. How long have you been playing Overwatch? Is it still the same feeling? I'm actually kind of curious. Did you play Overwatch 1? Like, how long ago is this? Did your opinions and feelings have that changed at all? Coming across with a challenging perspective, I don't really come across it very often, so I'm not very good at. It's perfectly understandable. And I honestly, it's wonderful that you haven't already just decided not finding it too exhausting and whatnot. It's actually very common to want to take a breather from these kind of things. I don't tire of having challenging discussions, so it does create friction and conflict of interest all the time. But I've come on stream to do that. I am going to put a big disclaimer. I am not like this when I'm not streaming. Like, I usually, you know, try to live in other people's shoes when I'm watching something. I'm usually not trying to stimulate difficult conflict of interest, but that is I use stream to do that. Streaming, so I'm like at 100% when I do that. It's kind of like what I mentioned about content creation. We have to keep in mind that if you encounter someone like me who's actively deciding when they're going to stream, when they're going to make their content, they have an intent behind it, right? So my intent is to constantly be critical and constantly being discussing. If I am not, I'm probably not going to stream, or I will not be streaming, because I'm not intending to be lazy personally. So if I start turning off my head and just, quote unquote, I guess, grinding through my stream hours, I would turn stream off. Yeah, it's true. It's true, but Worm, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Statistically, you are... Maybe this might make you feel a little bit exceptional. You are, in terms of like the way descriptions are worked and like the thing on the bottom below the stuff, it's very rare for anyone to read those things. So consider yourself among the statistically rare occasion. Yeah. So you have a behavior that is if I had to be bold, I'd probably make this statement. It's a little bit conservative. You probably have a behavior that is statistically rare among just the average Twitch streamer, reading descriptions or reading like pretty much anything below the actual feed. Even titles. I kid you not, titles are just irrelevant. It's about the thumbnail, right? The little like snippet capture of the moment. So generally speaking, if you want to do something, oh, here's a fun social experiment that I think some people have manipulated. I mean, people still ask for uptime even though Twitch and I know, right? Yep. So here's a big brain move that I do feel quite a few understand the psychology. You want something, you want a static element in your feed, whatever it may be, a static element, and that static element is so recognizably confusing or intriguing that you leave that on, because whenever Twitch refreshes its thumbnail, right, the thumbnail capture, whichever frame it is, that static element is unmoving. So that will be the point of intrigue. Some people, some streamers have done this unintentionally, and I'm genuinely curious. I would love to have the opportunity to ask them and confirm without a doubt if they knew the psychology behind what they did, or they just happened to wanted to do it in the first place and it just happened to work out. And then the viewers selectively talked about it, so it reinforced their behavior to do it. So we talked about mere exposure a couple times already. If you wore a hat, for example, and that hat was just ridiculous, right? It will always be on the thumbnail for as long as you wear the hat. Or you can put a UI element that's identifiably you, and it's just enough to pique interest. The thumbnail itself will act like a YouTube thumbnail. If you really want a great interview, there are quite a lot of clips of Mr. Beast talking about the very a deviation. It's kind of like a hand wavy thing. He gives like ballpark figures on where the investment of his money is when it comes to the editing and production of a YouTube video. And without saying too much, over $100,000 in thumbnail editing a month. And the idea is that text is just too passe. People are not really into reading text or the title. It's the thumbnail. You can apply that same logic to Twitch things. Twitch generates random thumbnails based on a, I'm gonna say, a 2-minute time frame. Then the thumbnail, the screenshot is done. So you could, if you want, create a clever thumbnail element that makes it intriguing, which would get you like the impression. That's where then the thing falls apart, right? Because there's a stat. Now you're in a live situation as opposed to a post, but you can get the impression or the click by, say, I could put something that kind of looks like a peach but kind of also look like boobs on the top left corner of my screen. And then whenever they come in, I'm like, oh yeah, don't worry, I like peaches. Yeah, sorry, buddy. But it would provide an increased opportunity to capture someone's attention as a social experiment. But it's not really a social experiment, it's just mere exposure being applied. Have I done that before? I kind of done that before, sort of. Just as a, like, myself, just as a social experiment. I did on holidays and stuff just to see what would happen. It was kind of fun. I don't think people like the idea of being like part of a social experiment involuntarily. So I stopped doing those kind of things. It's hilarious though. Or I think it's hilarious how maybe not hilarious. I think it's very poetic that coincidences enrich for the same things. Like early Twitch, dude, some of them fantastic examples. Like Lyrics Cat, Moon's thing. They're just so many. Summit. So many ways that worked out. It's a great it's not mind-blowing or profound for, you know, people who are into psychology and stuff, so I'm over it. I was thinking of wearing like an outrageous hat at some point. I didn't quite find the hat that I'm willing to wear though. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. So here's a summary. What I'm selling, quote unquote, I guess, what I'm selling cannot be achieved by mere exposure readily. So inherently, I must understand that the thing I'm looking for or the thing I want to do regularly must be captured in some way. So effectively, most of my strategies that I'm building upon nothing, basically on diminished return, is to put that in a format that is more likely to generate the longevity. Like, so I'm basically spending most of my time whenever I'm on stream to completely stay in, I guess what you would probably say on brand, and then continuously and consistently storing as much of that as possible, because I'm expecting extreme diminished return unless trends change. I don't have thumbnail excitability. I don't have impressionable hot takes. That is the trend right now. So one has to be very consistently understanding of what is quote unquote true and what are facts. So when truth and facts line up to someone, cognitive dissonance is kept to a minimum. So for me, I do not get upset or confused as to why I do X, Y, and Z and bump into individuals of a certain behavior and whatnot. So it'll be interesting what happens in the future when the sentiments and the trends change. And I'm largely building skills for the future. Personally, if you wanted to hear my opinion, I'm building skills that I think for myself, if I were to look just my opinion, if I'm only looking inwardly, the skills I am building, I believe are timeless. Am I going to be a mega success on what I do whatever I pick to do in the future? No, not really. Not a mega success. But whatever skills I'm building now, I have the flexibility of being happy about it. Consistently happy about it. And I think that's enough for me. I like building skills that make me consistent. It's a very difficult life to live if you have to strive to be special every single day of your life. To be happy, you have to be special. In my opinion. So these are my personal opinions, right? I don't strive to be special. I strive to be happy. To be satisfied. And sometimes that's one in the same for many people. Especially if they live through a life where it's behind the frame. So if your entire exposure in life is through, let's relate it back to the MMR system. If your entire system of satisfaction comes from a creator's system to evaluate in the moment, right? In the moment. It's not to say that emotion doesn't carry over or doesn't impact your future. That can create often highs and lows that feel like they're outside of your control. So highs and lows constantly out of your control. And for me, I personally do within all my power to keep it within my control. And a lot of times it's like a cop-out, sort of. Because I choose to accept to make it still feel like it's within my control. So you could call that, some people might interpret that as coping. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I forgot I hadn't equipped these things. Some and others might be, it could be catharsis, like accepting, being accepting, what the, oh, whoops, being accepting could be settling for things. There are a lot of interpretations you can imagine, but for me, acceptance is something I can control. It definitely varies. That perspective varies. It gives people great dissatisfaction sometimes. You have to accept something the way it is. For me, it's so protective. It's like, hey, you know what you can't take away from me? How much I agree with your opinion. If you know what I mean. It's very comforting that you can at least choose to be happy or be dissatisfied about a system. It's a shame you can't, you typically don't have literal control over how the system works, right? But it's kind of neat that way. It's here's another perspective that I use myself. Like, this is my personal perspective. I don't usually say a lot about my own personal perspective. Each time I go into another system, it's like an adventure time. I try to discover if I myself can quote unquote game the system. And that's what makes it fun. I enjoy life in a way that every time an opportunity offers that I can be upset. Like if there's a remote chance the next thing I do can be upsetting or really great or really sad or something. It's like a fun little game that I play with myself. I ask myself, can I resonate with that? And unfortunately, in this case, I cannot resonate with you about the confusion of MMR systems in Overwatch and the matchmaking. Wait, can I? I can sort of. The closest thing I can say that comes close to what you're experiencing or what you're telling me is that every time we win when Coffers and I were paired up, right? Coffers doesn't play Overwatch prior to this, and then whatnot. Like he played a little bit on and off, and I played quite a lot. Is that a lot of times, every time we win, right? I don't know, whatever that rating system is, you get some points. I get less points. He gets more points. And then every time we lose, I lose more points. He loses less points. It happens in Hearthstone too, in Battlegrounds. Happens all the time. So in a way, I think that's the closest thing I can think of. Where like, but the outcome is different. So it doesn't ultimately, I'm not sure if that's where you were going with it, but our rating gets closer. Like no matter how, like as long as we keep playing, the rating will bring it closer. But what happens is the person that's above ranked, right, will inherently feel like they're going down. And then the person at the lower rank will inherently go up, right? But here's the catch. Here's the big catch. Why I'm smiling and having no problems with this. You have to think about it not just about yourself, because now the MMR that I'm looking at is a reflection of two people together. So to me, it is telling me where I am when I am with my friend compared to alone. So in one way, you could see that my MMR is gravitating towards my friend, but my contribution to the group is also elevating my friend's MMR towards me. And at some point, when that becomes steady state, if we both inherently uptrend, it's a summation and emergent property of two people together, not one. I haven't played with Coffers ever in a competitive FPS, a team-based competitive FPS. So naturally, my effective MMR partied with my friend who I've never played with will be inherently below my proficiency as a solo player. Because the challenge is to become adaptively appropriate and efficient with another person. You are inherently more efficient alone, if that is the state you have started with. Problem is that if it tried to bring us closer to each other, that would make much more sense. That's actually the experience when we elo base that has simple. Okay, but here's making, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So, it's kind of weird, and I would agree. So I'm saying this because it's the closest thing I can see to resonating with your concern. What I described is what you would think would be reasonable, right? So here's the big catch. How do we explain the psychology of that? If the system is working as intended for me and Coffers, and not you and your friend. And this is gonna hurt. This is, to me, if we're gonna use some psychology behind this, and I don't think this is gonna be great. It's not gonna fly for one of you. One of you is underperforming in contribution, and one is extremely overperforming. And that's how the Overwatch 2 elo system is creating a bigger gap between the two of you. I'm not going to say which one. You probably could surmise based on your displayed seasonal rankings. But if the gap is getting wider, then you guys are inherently playing individually. And one person is inherently overperforming, and one is inherently underperforming. So we're not trying to characterize the system. We're trying to characterize the psychology of why a system's gap would widen when they're cumulatively creating something that would help gauge players in a party and in individual. Without saying too much, Coffers and I, he clearly has more FPS team-based participant than I do. I don't have that in Overwatch. He plays way more inherently. He's probably contributing way above his weight. Transitioning into Overwatch 2. I'm not, because I specialized in playing solo queuing. So it takes a while to inherently incorporate new skill sets into it, because I'm under practiced. I generally am very weak. So not only if you specialize in solo play, right? When you specialize in solo play, you have to keep in mind that you are also less likely to be inherently pulled down. So if you continue to perform at your equal efficiency, you are more likely to widen the gap because you are unaffected by interacting with your friend. For me, Coffers and I tried really hard to interact, and it made me more and more underperform. Like, I underperform dramatically because now there are two people, not one person. And I'm inherently trying to improve that skill. So there will be growing pains with not focusing on what I'm doing and focusing on trying to develop skills that are appropriate for two people. So like call outs, synergies and stuff, it all develops. I need to develop a skill that works with my duo partner. Happens with League of Legends. Happens with... So when you say that statement earlier, like, yeah, I get it, it's an inherent team game, but I don't have to resonate, like, I just get a sniper and a win. You probably still hold on to that. So that's perfectly fine. You're probably working as efficiently as you probably are with or without a partner. That's great. That's a testament to, like, you still can perform with or without a partner. I cannot. Because my goal is not to confirm what I can already do. My goal is to play with Coffers. Like, I want to resonate with him in this game. I don't want him to stop playing the game because I'm on my own, holding up my own MMR. That's irrelevant to me, personally. When we play Battlegrounds together, my goal is not focused on increasing my rating. I already know I can get to my rating if I play alone. I want to play with him. So naturally, I will lose way more because my attention is divided. It's further divided. But his MMR is going up because I'm willing to invest to bring him up to speed. And today in Battlegrounds, we are in the same top gap. We're in the same top bracket. in Battlegrounds, and we continue to play together because we have both normalized in the top bracket. Even though my rating on average is lower, what it means is my rating represents 2 people, not 1 person, and that's way greater for me. I find it super satisfying all the time. If I had to pick, I would generally pick a rating system that's reflective of more than 1 person. We'll put that under, like, I don't know what I put this digression under, but you know. But it does sound like, yeah, you're probably, if I had to guess, you're probably still the GOAT. You're most definitely the GOAT. This is very relevant to the whole being nice and being kind thing. Disagreeable people are typically not nice or kind. They can sure as heck perform in any situation. They carry their weight, without a doubt. Nice and kind people, agreeable people, they don't carry their weight in a team-based system. They bring themselves down by distributing their skill sets. So inherently, the team will naturally go up together. But the person, the individual performance will suffer. If you're thinking for 2 people, you are likely to distribute your capacity across 2 people. That's only to explain it. We're making, and there's a big asterisk, right? We're trying to explain something that's observed, like what's actually happening. Like the facts are the gap is widening. And then we're fitting a narrative to it using psychology. There are many other ways to fit a neatly narrative into what is observed. Since we don't have the information of how hidden MMR works and a breakdown of that stuff, I cannot tell you that it is true based on those observable facts. I can just weave a narrative that can comfortably explain the facts we observe. And for me, it's without a doubt the narrative is I'm performing worse, but Coffers is performing better. And overall, as a team, we are improving. Like the net change is positive between the 2 of us. Whenever we go and play something together or ever decide to play something together, the 2 of us net improve. As opposed to me solo improving while I'm playing with someone else. I am inherently a very soloing kind of guy. So I will inherently be underperforming every time placed in a party system. Which is why I continue to play for the community. It's a weakness. It's a skill. It's one of the timeless skills that I focus on. Will I ever be so well practiced that I can be as good as I am alone as I am with a team-based thing? The answer is realistically no, but it doesn't stop me from continuing to trying to be more and more efficient. It's a very attractive narrative. I've been thinking about this for a very long time, ever since I went to college. Because when you go to college, you start to realize you can't do everything alone anymore. Or at least if you're the person that resonates with what college is about. You could drop out of college and become like the biggest hotshot in the world and still run the world on your own, like Elon Musk and, you know, Steve Jobs and stuff, you know, or Bezos or something like that. I can't. I've no longer embraced that lifestyle. I love seeing people being successful as I distribute my resources. It warms my heart to know that someone can shine at the expense of my participation. It's the best gift I can give someone. It's not money. It's not money. It's not happiness. Like, the direct thing I'm literally giving is my time. And that's the most valuable thing I am able to give someone. And I do it every day in a heartbeat. I think what I can say overall is that I'm extremely lucky that over time, the time I gave, so many people decided to give back, which is more than I can ever ask for and more than I can ever expect. So it works out in the end. But giving expecting to receive is, I don't resonate with that. I don't sympathize with that either. So when someone says something like up to me and say like, you know, I'm always helping this person X, Y, and Z, it's a shame they don't even bother to think about me. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. That's a logical fallacy. It's irrational. It's a rational thought. I can't even comfort someone emotionally when they tell me that. And it happens a lot because it's a very, in my opinion, they're more normal, like normalized than I am in that situation. Q equivalent exchange and all that other belief. I don't think the world operates in the equivalent exchange among humans. Physical world, yeah, you know, physics and all that stuff, that's fair. That's fair game. But those are, emotionally, it's not. Emotionally is unequivocally not equivalent exchange. It's rarely ever, because we can't even communicate what is the value of our emotional equivalence. We cannot telepathically experience things the same way. So how do I seek it? I seek it through resonance. That's the word that I would use. I think my life goal is to resonate the best I can with as many people as I can. Because it's challenging. It's really challenging. It's such a rewarding feeling when you nail it. In the swarm of failures, though, I would say my success rate has improved over time. It's a weird flex, I know, like, but we're talking about like, wait, is someone here? We're talking about like, in 5 years time, maybe like an improvement of 5% success rate or something out of like 10. Like it went from like 10% success rate to 15%. It's slow going, but you know, I still have maybe a good 40 years of life. Perhaps that success rate will be pretty decent. It's worth, in my opinion. So if there's anything worth taking to the bank, resonating with another person is worth all the failures. I most wholeheartedly would fail 99 times if it is to resonate with one person out of 100. Without a doubt. It's almost like this might sound like a cliche. It's What lives beyond one person's lifetime? The people they resonate with. It's not the only one, you know, like it's not the only way. You could leave a legacy in a different way, you know, books, writing, art, making history, shaping a foundation and stuff. Yeah, totally agree. Those things just don't line up with me because I don't personally think I'm extraordinary enough to do that. But what I can do is create a resonance and dependency, and I hope, well, not, I don't want to create a dependency, but a resonance. Sometimes it does create a dependency, but I like to mitigate that. That's a slight digression of a digression. But I like to think that that resonation, the resonating in troubled times and difficult, you know, like happy times and achievements, that creates my legacy. And you might be thinking, it's not that much different from raising a child, I suppose. However, I have to be reasonable and realistic with myself that there are things that involve raising a child that may not, for a lack of a better word, resonate with my current personality. So I may not have the qualifications. I'm working towards it for sure. But yeah, that is a legacy, and an extension of my legacy is to continue doing this. Perhaps when I'm an old grumpy man, you know, in my 60s or 70s, I can still continue to regale people and leave an impression on their lives. That would be awesome. That'd be kind of neat. I need to do this heroic encounter. I'm actually almost done here. Okay. I wanna make one big disclaimer. Really big disclaimer. I don't want to give you the impression that I don't feel negative feelings. I feel the negative feelings lead to more positive feelings. So I still experience negative feelings. Absolutely. I absurdly feel negative feelings a lot. But to echo something you mentioned earlier, it's temporarily, literally temporary, but its meaning lives on in my positive feelings. So I know I'm feeling positive right now about many things, or I feel protected and in control of many things, is because those negative feelings exist. I would not be able to come to these feelings and these consistencies without inherently constantly being reminded of my negative feelings. So what are one of these negative feelings that happen a lot? That feeling that I know better. Or in many situations, I often am someone who has privileged knowledge or privileged skills that I could help someone avert the very thing that gave me that knowledge in the first place. And I choose to tell myself that it is not my place unless addressed. There are so many other factors that can incredibly increase the success of me in intervening in someone's life. But until those are fulfilled, I have told myself unceremoniously that I need those indicators. Despite my negative feelings, that I'm being tight-lipped, and I'm not like being altruistic, or I'm not going out of my way to save the world. Despite my urge to do that, and it gives me an incredible negative feeling for not doing anything I can possibly do for someone because they didn't ask for it. It leads me to a better understanding of discipline, restraint, the power of choice, growing, maturing, having opportunities to experience negative feelings. So it's kind of like a paradox. I have to tell myself that the people that I'm not interfering with, despite potentially knowing better, for moral reasons or ethical reasons or maybe even scientific reasons, that experience, I could easily rob them of the growth at the expense of saving them from the hardship, right? Those are like two very common classical ways of trying to morally and ethically reason oneself on when it's an appropriate time to interfere with someone's life. And, you know, we got... Life is great. There's a mixed bag, right? There's a mix of both, which is fantastic. I can't... And then there's positive feelings that I feel a lot. I also give the people impression that I'm a very depressed person, and I tend to not have any happy feelings as well, because a lot of times I keep saying I don't feel happy about it, but I also don't feel sad about it. And it's one of those things. If you get angry a lot, you also get happy a lot too. Like, the extremes make you very sensitive to these things, and I am a very consistent person, so I don't feel great elation, and I also don't feel great depression. But from time to time, I still have very specific triggers that lead to one or the other. It's just I don't express them. You could call them suppression, but here's the thing. It's a linear thing. If I experience something very negative that occurs very often, which is the thing about intervening and knowing better, it will immediately end up being coupled with a feeling of catharsis, a feeling of optimism. Like, nah, this person, they could become me one day, or they could resonate with me one day. So that could happen. And that's great. I'm okay with it. They might not, and that's okay too. That just means they found they could find other ways and all that stuff. When I feel really happy, then it couples with being sad too, like bittersweet stuff. So like, you know, you watch a really, really cute, wholesome video about someone who is saving and changing the world, and suddenly, what am I reminded of? Why am I not saving the world? So it comes with my personality, like what grounds me most of the time is I tend to bring myself back to the middle. I habitually and most proficiently have designed my entire being to try to average out the extremes. So whenever I get reminded of how wonderful this is, like this incredible dopamine injection, it just gets slammed into the ground so that it gets normalized. And hence it produces that whole consistency thing that I'm talking about. It does make one very numb, but only in periods. So I'm not feeling numb through my entire period. I feel ups and downs. But what comes out is very consistent. So you definitely have to fail to succeed often, and no, that's not okay. Well, we'll go on that. Yeah, you have to fail to succeed, etc. If there was no failed success, wouldn't exist, because that is literally a paradox. I'm not. I'm not sure if you and I have. Oh, wait. Let's clarify what a paradox is. A paradox is the paradox that we're describing is one wants to always strive for positive things. But it's a paradox because to have positive things, you have to have negative things. So you can't always have positive things. If you know what I mean. Like, that is a paradox. So people strive to always be happy. But you can't have most of that state without violating that state. So you are effectively describing a figurative paradox. Like the mind, right? Like what people are interpreting is a paradox. But when we add time, when we add linear time, it doesn't seem so much like a paradox. So like you have to fail to succeed. Yes. People think of it as a paradox because they always want to just succeed. But it's difficult to always succeed if you don't have a perspective on failure. Now, here's a catch, though. Here's a catch. There is a prominent school of thought that if one is informed enough, it can mitigate failure to the point that it doesn't happen or is insignificant, right? But again, it's a paradox, because if you don't viscerally experience the failure, is that depriving you of the ability to succeed better? So all these stuff it's literally a paradox to say that things are not interconnected. So it's kind of, I want to say something that I want to observe about you when it comes to your comments. You strike me, you make comments that are intellectually enlightened. But at the end of the day, the stuff that makes you uncomfortable or dissatisfied contradicts those things. So I really appreciate that someone like your own personality is choosing to continue to be involved in things that make your lifestyle, your personality less and less clear. So what I mean by that is I appreciate that there are individuals like yourself where clearly you would be far happier if you had someone who unconditionally resonate with you. But intellectually, you have choose to forego being constantly reminded that there are people like you, and you choose intellectually to engage in talking with people who are not like you, which is it will more consistently lead to uncomfortable situations. So inherently, I'm telling you that as an outsider looking at you, you do like the challenge of throwing dirt into your, like, adulterating your perspective. which is a rare, in my opinion, is a rare situation, especially for the internet. By two strangers encountering that like to expressively constantly be in a state of conflict of interest is not a trend on the internet. If you know what I mean, Worm. It's legitimately and factually not a trend on the internet to constantly be in a state of conflict of interest. It's often more like, yeah, you know, I need to put something. X company is down on the dumps, right? They just make garbage. And then so, you know, 10 other people will come in and say, yeah, down with this company X. It's just garbage. You don't come in and say like, I'm going to have a mild discussion for 6 hours about how we can't agree on how we feel. That hot take. I don't necessarily think the trend that we currently have now, obviously, this is kind of a well-duh realism statement, but let's just state the obvious. Trends are not here to stay, right? There will be new trends. It could be an exaggeration of the current trend we have, which is to gravitate towards groupthink. So basically everyone huddling up and having a powwow on equal opinions, or we don't know, and I have my fingers crossed, in another 2 or 3 years, what I'm doing now might actually be the social norm. I feel like people come to the internet for comfort. Yes, exactly. So that is the current trend. And I'm going to tell you, it's not only a feeling, Worm, it is statistically and convergingly supported. Very strongly convergingly supported by system infrastructure and statistics on how the internet is currently trending, right? But you know what's the greatest thing about human beings? Boredom. Yes, mere exposure is a really powerful force. It can encourage you to like things just because you're inundated with it. But boredom comes after. Mental fatigue and boredom comes after. And often, eventually, dopamine tops out on the boredom of that stimuli. So, you know, you have, hey, oh man, puppy videos. Let's get more puppy videos. Oh no, that's just not cutting it. We need like puppy on puppies videos, right? Eventually, we're gonna splash in some hand-wavy neuroscience here because I love talking about neurochemical signaling, but let's just hand-waving. There's gonna be a top out. There's gonna be what we probably, it's a combination, but we're gonna say there's gonna be a top out in pragmatic stimuli or stimuli, however you want to pronounce it. So at some point, in order to achieve another realizable stimuli, so like for example, let's just talk about caffeine. I think caffeine tends to be a great thing. You know, you chug some caffeine. Yes! My last state was 0 caffeine. Now I have like 10% caffeine. Oh, but that's still like 100 times bigger. Then you get to 10% to 15. That gap is smaller. 15 to 20, you know, as your increment, it plateaus, right? So what sets in conceptually, I'm gonna call it the boredom effect. I don't there's a name for this, I'm sure, if I dig long enough. So what happens is, as I should really draw a graph for this. We'll draw a graph for like in the future when there's a digression for it. But as the stimuli caps out, boredom is a very weaker force. It's a force that kind of climbs slowly, but at some point, boredom is going to exceed. And we're kind of close. And once it exceeds, boredom can introduce a lot of outcomes, but there are two major ones. An overcompensation switch to contrast the stimuli, or a reinvention of the current one. Now the question is, depending on how close we are to the cap of our physiological awareness of how satisfied we are with the current trends, it could end up being an overcompensatory response. And for me, I think it's time. It's around that time. So all this complicated and fancy language, what does that mean? It means something that's palpable. Long format discussions, long format podcasts, multi-directional, non-linear logic online, group discussions. All these tools are going to emphasize messy perspectives. So things like what I'm doing now, I guess, knock on wood or something, in my favor, in a selfishness, this will become the normalized social norm. So how does that tell me as a person who's investing in skill sets, right? I can use this time to prep for the eventuality that boredom is going to exceed the current trend of escalation of the current trend to provide that same dopamine response, or like whatever you want to call it, the satisfying feeling. So secretly, and this can be said a lot about individuals who prep, to get ahead of the game, you start prepping today. You are always behind the game if you follow the leader. I didn't get into science and got into the thing practicing what was expected of me. I practice what I think by the time I get there will be relevant. So that's kind of the deal, you know? That's the forward logic. You could fail horrendously, but that's how you get ahead of the game. You take the gamble. Just so happens I can use my life as a example because I already know what has happened, what transpired. So there are things that I was ahead of the game, and there were things that I was way off the mark. And then what I see here right now as this person is a consolidation of that, of the hits and misses. All right, I think that's good enough. I don't, let's not digress too much more. I want to say one last thing. Boredom is a state of mind that is it's inherent to the human condition. So it's not something that I see as a standalone thing. When you like something, you know, much like success and failure and stuff, boredom is a continuum. So it's part of the process. So when we say a particular generation, it's part of being human. So it's no inherently different across any subset of generation. It is presented contextually different. But context is, you know, variant. Boredom itself is a stage. It's a mental stage. So, Not any particular observation on any specific generation. They're just presented very differently. Anyways, let's refocus. I'm looking forward to the next couple years. Just to see... I made some bets with myself. And I want to see how it plays out. Here's the catch. If I win the bet with myself, actually, I always win the bet with myself because I'm betting against myself. So the only winner in this bet is myself. But just keep that in mind. So if one side of myself wins the bet, the stuff that I've been doing checks out, it'll trend, right? And I'll feel at home for the time being, whatever. If I lose the bet, which is the other side of me wins the bet, right? Then there's more exciting things to learn about myself. That's how it happens in my head. That's how it is inside my head. It's a terrible decision maker. So, a terrible decision maker. Half measures everywhere. It's kind of ironic because I talk about half measures all the time in terms of the relative success and how you, you know, Neverwinter. I talk about Neverwinter a lot, and there's a lot of half measures. My life is composed of half measures. Because naturally, to be inclusive, you're making divided measures. So at the same time, I wouldn't say I'm unable to appreciate the cons of what I'm saying, because I do take half measures a lot. It's what makes it. It's what makes me a little bit more adaptable, I think. One of the nice things is I can't be hurt very strongly, but I also can't be championed very strongly. My highs are not very high, and my lows are not very low. Why terrible? You make it sound like a win-win situation. One way to... Did I say terrible? I said it was a disclaimer. That if I win, I'm technically in... I'm not... Did I really say terrible? In what context did I use the word terrible? Oh, I think you're talking about, when I said terrible was when I talked about my science career. No, if you think that's not what I'm saying, then I have failed. Because that's literally what I'm saying. But I'm framing it in a way that you can appreciate it. Because you do not, in my opinion, think of it that way. You think of win-lose situations most of the time. Like, what the... Wait, can you still get turned into a chicken? Oh, I didn't realize you can still get turned into a chicken. Okay. No, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's... I don't lose. With myself. I can't lose with myself. Or I don't empathize with people who can lose with themselves. But you did. Or at least the stuff you describes a win-lose situation. So I was framing it that way. So that's more relatable. Perhaps that is a presumption I have made. So here's the thing, right? One situation. I think you said it's terrible decision making right after you were talking about a bet with yourself. Oh, you're talking about how long it takes. Yeah, it's terrible decision making. It's not efficient. I said it's terribly difficult to make decisions when you are trying to be inclusive. So if you're looking at a lot of perspectives, you are inherently slowing down your decision-making process. Terrible doesn't mean it's undesirable. It's clearly a choice I made. I make decisions very slowly. You don't. Kind of like that statement you just made. I don't think it's like we have, you know, like the fact is it's a slow decision making process. I don't think betting with myself is that's a win-win. That's a win-win for sure. I think maybe my thoughts went a little too quickly and I jumped a few thoughts or something. But something being terrible again is it's what you're using to measure, right? So for me, the decision making is fairly complicated. If you're it had very little to do with betting. I don't know if I somehow gave you the impression that it had anything to do with betting about myself. It just takes a very long time when you're thinking about a lot of things in terms of decision making. So if that's the impression I gave you, then I'm sorry. That was not my intent. It's terrible for decision making to include a lot of perspectives. And most things are inherently confusing. It's kind of ironic because the thing that started all of this discussion, like the discussion that we're having now to this very moment, is the confusion of finding more information regarding hidden MMR system with matchmaking, like how they're relevant, right? Confusion is my comfort zone, I would say. I think you might be able to call it copium or something, but I like being in a state of confusion. It continues to motivate me to find more information or continue to think about challenges and things I don't know. One thing I should clarify is finding answers is not the goal. Making sense of things is nice, or expecting to make sense of things, or expecting things to make sense is not the goal. I don't think that's relatable to most people. People try to make sense of what they think makes sense. I entertain that idea though. I try my best, I guess. In the moment with the proper information, I try my best to find the sense in what other people are saying. Which is the start of this whole conversation. You know, how hidden MMR is hidden, so being dissatisfied is inherent to someone who wants to make sense of some information that is hidden. And then because of that confusion, it's fun. It's exciting because you can make assumptions and quandaries and whatnot. And that doesn't lead to my dissatisfaction. It leads honestly to more. If I had to pick one, the mystery and the assumptions and the discussion is most definitely the fun part, the more entertaining part. So what are you supposed to look for in confusion instead of making sense in the end? Oh, in the confusion, what do I look for? This is gonna sound like such a cop-out. In the confusion, I want to find as many resonances as I can. So, if I had to actualize that, MMR is confusing. The matchmaking is confusing. What are the possibilities in this confusion that I can look for? So the first thing I would say is, what kind of questions can I ask myself in terms of the confusion? Do people dislike it? So I will look what people say about if they dislike it or not, or if they find it confusing. I will start there, right? Like if I find it confusing, I'll ask and see if it's confusing to other people. So first, I would challenge myself and say, is this confusing? Well, I did do this before, though. This is a coincidence. I did do this before. And the internet, at least in very specific communities, it's not confusing. And then I would digress into the Dunning-Kruger effect. And then I would just lose my state of thought. So then I'll just learn more about applying the Dunning-Kruger effect to the state of the MMR system. I'll be so far off base that I learned something else in the process, as opposed to trying to make sense of what makes it confusing to me. Which is different from making sense of what other people... It's different from... Like, I was trying to make sense of what you're telling me that doesn't make sense. But for me, things don't have to make sense. Because we're talking about human beings. Do they have to make sense? The thing that I shared with you about MMR, like how MMR and rating systems work, and then how they apply to formal education and examination and evaluation and all that stuff, that was the consequence of me learning about the MMR system. And the first time I learned about an MMR system was actually League of Legends. It wasn't Overwatch. Like, League of Legends came way before. I was too arrogant and introspecting at the time when I was playing StarCraft to understand how an adaptive MMR system works, or what the intent is from the developer's perspective, from people who are in charge of the rating system. And then after a while, college education, higher education, all that bled into my understanding of the League of Legends MMR system. Yep. I had a better appreciation for how standardized evaluation works because I understood the perspective, or at least I attempted to try to understand the motivations of why a system, the trade-offs, the pros and cons about being transparent and not transparent about how rating systems work. Oh, I can go down here, right? And then we'll get 25, and then we only need 1.5. Okay, good. It's all connected. I would say it's... I am, what I am... If I have a sense of pride or a sense of reminder each time is when I have to recall a memory, it just shows how very dependent I am on relating everything together in order for me to remember things. So this discussion have reminded me of the long history of ways of understanding how to evaluate player performance without inherently biasing them. How that was relevant to my career was that I used to teacher assist a lot. So basically my like boss would prep, you know, stuff for the students, and then eventually there will be an exam. And I'm the one that is typically responsible for hosting like additional study sessions and whatnot. And the idea was I was trying to evaluate the impact or like the psychological impacts and the ramifications of how I approach those review sessions. Like someone said a lot of times, my colleagues would say this quite a bit. It's like, well, if they're coming to you for help now, right? Like this very moment, like a day before the exam, then they're pretty much screwed. And I thought about it for a moment. I remember I clearly sit here and hear my colleagues, they TA too, like at the same time, like, you know, like the short spans, like, yeah, I could see that. But these are kids. They're like average 19, 20 years old. Is it really about the moment to moment of what this exam? So I was challenging my perspectives, like, yeah, for sure. Right off the bat, I'm like, yeah, definitely. You make a very reasonable, pragmatic discussion. I'm like, but what am I doing to help them, right? So where is my emphasis on? Like, am I trying to offer catharsis and confidence, or like should I be giving them like predictions? Like, so all of that was very overwhelming. I'm not telling you what I settled on, but just answering that question, what is a TA's responsibility on helping students perform on evaluation? What are the costs? What are the pros and cons of the approaches? It was very clear to my colleagues what they were doing. They were bootstrapping what is expected of pragmatism. Like, they teach kids and hold offices to fulfill their requirements. You know, fulfill like, hey, I have to hold office hours, so I'll just do whatever, you know, let's just go over old exams. And let's go and, you know, tell them like what is likely to be on the exam and what is not likely to be on the exam. Cool. Like, yep. I did that too, for sure. I was doing that while evaluating other things. So yes, I did spin the status quo, the standardized things. But meanwhile, at the same time, I was asking myself, because I concerned myself with it. My colleagues didn't want to be like teachers or something like that. It's priorities and whatnot. But for me, I was doing an incredible deep dive into what happens in 14 years. Who am I going to be in 14 years if I put forth the effort now in talking about these things? Well, guess what? The very conversation I'm having with you right now, and the very conversation I'm having with many people when I'm off stream, was in the making 14 years ago. There you go. And going back to the memories things, all my memories are attached in a string like that. So it's very tenuous though. I think one of the biggest drawbacks to the way I form memories is that when I lose a tether of one part of the memory, I start to panic because sometimes it can be very difficult to recall quite a big chunk of things when I forget something. So inherently, I'm not very comfortable with forgetting details. Like, and what I mean by details, I don't mean the first phone number I had or something. Not semantic details. More like gross storytelling details that may or may not be completely accurate, but inherently carry the weight and meaning that leads to my satisfaction on it. It's very nebulous. I don't really know how to quantify what memory can help me feel uncomfortable. I just know when it happens, I start to have manic episodes. Yeah. So, but you see, the great thing about cumulative human experiences, I cannot be you, and you cannot be me, right? If I were you, I would be you, if you know what I mean. So like everything that makes me me cannot be you in a constant like a human being wouldn't choose to be in a constant state of panic, thankfully. The fun part is trying to put yourself in that situation, and I would totally agree, probably. Honestly, you reflect a lot of things that I inherently do not reflect. But the challenge, the fun part for me, is trying to understand you. Nevertheless, that's the challenge, right? The challenge is to attempt to resonate with someone when you can't, or when you think you can't. And sometimes, yeah, you really can't. You can't resonate with the person, however hard you try. But that's why it's fun. At least I'm trying to convince you that, because that's my personality. The fun part is trying to resonate with people you cannot resonate with, or you might have already think you cannot, or pick up a perspective that you don't think you can ever appreciate. That's kind of that's the ultimate challenge for me personally. It's the most rewarding challenge. It's not video games, it's not Souls-like games, what have you, like running a mile, running the marathon, deadlifting twice your body weight. That stuff is trivial in my opinion. Like resonating with someone you have no idea how they feel, that is the greatest. That's the frontier for me. Have I been successful? No, not to this day. I have not been successful. I don't think I consider myself successful to this day. I'll keep trying. It's that goal that you keep to yourself that you can't achieve, but having unachievable goals motivates oneself for life. So I can get close-ish, at least to a satisfactory. I would say I can get someone to tell me, I can get someone who rates me a 1 out of 10 to a 6 out of 10. I think that's as close as I gotten. If I had to like put some sort of number or numerics on it, I could probably somehow, if I start at a 1 out of 10, I could get up to at least a 6 out of 10 if they give me some time. 30 minutes, maybe? At least a 6 out of 10. No harm? Slightly favorable, but ultimately I can mitigate the harm. Like you're talking out of your butt, or like I don't care about you thing. I can at least get most situations now, at least 95% of the time, I can get someone to care about what I have to say. At least some of it. Like, whatever it is, like, at least I'm like, you do you. Like, I don't wish you harm. I could at least get to that point. Reasonably. I know, weird flex, but I think that is a very conservative thought. Maybe someone who wants to do me harm, I could probably avoid the harm. So when someone wants to like punch me in the face, reasonably successful at convincing them it's not worth punching me in the face. Reasonably. With just words. Other than that, I can't get them to like, oh man, we're best buds. Like, you and I, that's, you know, that's the goal, but that is an unattainable goal, realistically speaking, and that keeps me driving. Like, that's the top, so we're just gonna keep aiming for the top. Just don't expect to ever get to the top, right? I don't want to do that either. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. It is kind of... I have an internal conflict. I don't want to be that person either. I don't want to be the person who can make people like me by doing that. You might call that exploitation, manipulation, and stuff. So I'm not a businessman. I'm not a leader. I don't make billions of dollars selling merch that is pretty much like any other merch, which is just a tried and true bootstrap service, meeting certain constructive QCs and then slamming a like a brand on it, and then convincingly and emotionally tug at people's psychological evaluation of value to buy my t-shirts over any other t-shirt, or even a plain t-shirt with no branding on it. Yeah, it's a fine line between what I just said and that. So I might actually end up self-sabotaging myself if I get close to that state of mind. Goals are for chumps. No, I'm just kidding. Moving. I keep my goals moving. Most of my goals are moving targets. Okay, so... Oh, wait. I need 5 more. We need to complete 1 more. Okay. Say what? Oh. Okay. That would explain why I can't see. Collect scrolls of empowerment. I mean, is it from anyone? When you're meeting someone and trying to make their time plan with both of you, is that manipulation because you want them to like you? Yes, it is. Manipulation is not inherently bad or good in my mind, but I'm guessing when you say depends on how you look at it, you're coming from a perspective that there's ethics and morality in play. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to say that. I do have moralities about it. Manipulation is somewhat inherently negative in my mind's eye, or like my feelings. But pragmatically speaking, there isn't a differentiation between them. If you know what I mean. Like, manipulation is manipulation. There's no round about it. It's the practice of manipulating. For me, inherently, I don't particularly gravitate towards that. It doesn't stop me from being able to do that, though. Like, the dependency, the context, right? So it's a problem-solving tool. Like, how do you stop someone from constantly hurting themselves. You manipulate them. Like, manipulation is a skill. And skills is a tool that are tools that the situation presents itself, for sure. So it is probably what you were thinking about when you were using the the fun and and stuff. Yeah, I agree. It's nebulous in its context. It's definitely nebulous in its context. I have to kill Drow. I was trying to figure out what I was here for because I lost my train of thought on the task at hand. Again, generally speaking, it's not about what I think. I'm not concerned with what I think. It doesn't depend on how I look at things. But when you're saying you're kind of referring to yourself, which I get. I understand. I was sharing something about what I thought, though. It definitely doesn't stop me from doing it if I have to. I mean, in general, not me or you specifically. No. I'm not, sorry, I made one step. You're projecting what you think specifically. To a lot of people, it doesn't depend on what you look at, how you look at it. To a lot of people, it depends on how they themselves look at it. Like, what I mean is, a statement like that does not reflect most people at the moment. It really depends on how they themselves, the person, looks at it. And your statement is projecting yours as well. Because when you're meeting someone and trying to make that time fun for, it's kind of like, well, yeah, because usually they see a negative connotation intentionally making someone, yeah. But your question is also the same. A lot of times it's not dependent on how you look at it. So say a person who truly believes that, hey, is it a negative connotation in intentionally making someone feel a certain way about you? Well, a person who projects can appreciate that comment. Right? And I'm saying, no, it doesn't depend on how you look at it. Or like when I do something, I don't particularly think of it that way. So I can't actually say if it matters, if it has a negative connotation or not. So I don't really know. I guess I don't have any feelings about manipulation. Oh, what I mean is in the very context that you're talking about, like when you're meeting someone and trying to make that time fun for them. What I would, like an example, in that situation, would I find myself in that situation where I'm trying to make the time fun for both of us? I wouldn't find myself in that situation. I would demonstrate how it could be fun to whatever I know, and then have that person decide if it's fun. Or have that person behave to tell me if they think it's fun or not. I would not be in a situation where I would tell them like, hey, most people find this fun. I would say, well, or I wouldn't just say like only perspectives that would find it fun. I would share something that how people can find this unfun, fun, or how people would not care about this. And then have the other person decide. That's why the whole manipulation thing, right? I skirt away from it because I have a natural tendency of sharing too much or like wanting to be inclusive. So the other person would be more likely to be confused by my intent than me telling them what I want them to feel. So for example, I could have used an example like, what if I'm meeting someone and trying to make their time depressing for the both of us? Is that manipulation too? I wouldn't use that example alone as well. What I read from your question is that you understand that manipulation is negative. So you frame the question in a positive manner to offset, to create the contrast between the inherent understanding that negative manipulation is negative. So you chose fun to try to create the contrast. So manipulation can lead to positive things as opposed to negative things. And then, you know, like, because you want them to like you, as opposed to you want them to dislike you or ignore you and stuff. So it's very telling, right? It's a projection. And I totally appreciate it. I totally appreciate that you took the a stance on where the line of thinking goes. And yes, I do agree that most people see a negative connotation in intentionally making someone, which is the idea of the word manipulation. Manipulation means there is intent. And just to go back to my earlier statement, I'm trying to unintentionally manipulate people, which then we don't use the word we don't use the word manipulation anymore if it's unintentional. So I use the euphemism, I like to influence people by example. So I would, if someone asked me, do I like this game? And I would ask them, how do you measure if I like this game? So someone would say, if it makes you happy. And I would say, no, I don't like this game. What do you mean try to unintentionally? So the goal is I focus on producing examples through my own actions and let people observe the actions and tell me what they think. So this is an example. Someone asked me, do I like Neverwinter? I'll ask them, how do you determine if I like Neverwinter? Right? They'll say something like, well, is it entertaining? And my question would be, again, how do you know if I'm entertained? Right? Because the person is asking me for an opinion, for like expressing myself, but I tend not to be able to do that. Like, I don't think about that. I think about what I'm doing and hope that when someone observes me they find the answer themselves. The default question would be, you came into a Neverwinter streamer. When you ask them, do they like Neverwinter? I play Neverwinter every single day. Does that help you with determining if I like Neverwinter? So I typically ask people, challenge them in a way, to ask them, what makes you think someone likes something? And I'm genuinely curious, because I don't usually think about that most of the time. I think about what I can learn and what's actionable from my time. So a lot of times people say, what's your favorite game? And I ask them, what is important to your favorite games? And they would say, well, you know, like, you remember it a lot and fondly. And I'm like, well, with that thought, my favorite game is the most recent game I played, because it's the one that's most vividly in my memory. And then they'd be like, okay, that's fair. And then they stop there, usually. Occasionally, someone would say, well, you know, something that left a profound impression on you. And I would say something like, well, unfortunately, that's not specific enough, because I don't know how to measure how profoundly something impressed upon me, because the profoundness is unique to the games, right? I could tell you a subset of games that maybe overlap in the way, so I could tell you something like, one favorite thing is like time gating. And I prefer games that use time gating less. So we could use that as a way to say, I like one game more than another game. So for example, if we can try to collect an entire list of games that use time gating, which is relevant to Neverwinter. Neverwinter is not one that scores well with time gating. But then we get into trouble, because as we go up, the vast majority of games that I play do not have time gating. So by that metric, all of them are my favorite in that department. So someone would say, well, you know, what's the most recent, like, what is, off the top of your head, what is a game that you played in 2022 that left an impression? I would say the most recent game. So often, after a while, when someone asks me that question, I would just name the most recent thing. And I would say, since this is the most recent, it's the thing that's closest to my current being. So it will be the one that I think about most of the time. That's unfortunate, but I love to learn how they determine it. It's not about my opinion. It's an opportunity to explore how the other person think. And then off that, I will try my best to communicate what's going through my mind. Because it's really, really specific. When I ask my friends, so what if I'm on the other side, right? What if I'm, hypothetically, I'm the viewer, or say I'm the person approaching with a question. Well, when I ask some of my best friends, like, hey Eric, what did you think about the event that happened 3 days ago? Perhaps the feeling or sentiment, and maybe keep it in a, you know, like a sentence or two, and how that made you feel about that, and what are the ramifications, or any particular memory that sticks in the last at the moment I'm asking you this question. So that's how I would phrase my questions. I would provide enough restrictions because, as you said, it depends on how you look at it. Well, I would go even further and say depends conditionally. So my questions tend to be very restrictive, very oddly specific, because I know my friends, or like like Eric, I know him, and he would probably say, I don't know, I haven't thought about it. If I asked him, what's your favorite thing? But we do it for fun though. So sometimes Eric would do it and sometimes I would do it, where like, I know this is going to be hard. I know this is going to be difficult, but what's your favorite game of 2022? And then it would be us meandering and mumbling about for like 4 hours. And then eventually we could come to the conclusion. And the conclusion will be based on not what we expected to do. We would come to the conclusion that we have not played a lot of 2022 games, and therefore we can't make a decision because most of the games we played did not come from 2022. And the intent of the question was to figure out a game in 2022. Was that a waste of time or what have you? Or did that answer the question? No. But does it matter? It really doesn't. We had a long time discussing about something and we learned about each other. Being honest, something like favorite thing name is too broad of a, even for me, considering I tend to connect things on emotion. Well, you know what? That's kind of funny. Because you connected based on emotions pretty quickly, the people who ask those questions, that is the reason why it is not broad. If you know what I mean. So like if we were trying to get into their shoes, emotional people tend to find it easier to ask what their favorite things are. I'm like legitimately the opposite of you right now. It is too broad of a question because I lack emotional tethers to the things I do. It goes back to what you said earlier, where it's difficult to remember the emotions. Emotion is not salient in memory. When you reflect on something, is a projection of your current state and how you think you felt at the time. We have no way of recalling emotions as part of like the exact emotions at the time. So that very nature, that very mindset is what makes those questions very difficult. Because you're no longer comparing how this game made you feel so that you can compare it, right? This game made me feel happy, but this game made me feel happier. So I think this is more favorited. The thing I see is this game plays like this, and this game plays like this. They're so different. It doesn't matter what my emotions were at the time. They're just really inherently different. Their environmental context, their time period piece, all that is overwhelming. They're overwhelmingly different. So when I say the most recent thing is my favorite thing, it's because it's the closest thing I have to what people are asking. The game that makes them feel the best. The game that's their favorite is their thing that makes them feel whatever it is. So that's it. And the only thing that's making me feel really great is the thing I just did. So what they are interested in is what you resonate with. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's it. That's it. And it is so hard for me to resonate with something in the past. Like emotionally. What I can tell you is what I think about it now. Yeah, so what I mean is I can tell you what I think about that experience now. Like, as the person I am today, I think that was meaningful. Or I think this would make me feel sad. But often I would say, okay, right now, if I watch this again, it would make me feel sad. I'm not entirely sure how I felt then. I could guess maybe, you know, when I was younger, let's see, I was arrogant, I had an attitude, so I think I probably wrote it off as like something, because inherently for me, I understand that the way the mind encodes emotions is plastic. What you remember, you think you experienced back then is influenced by what you are now and everything that came after. You can tell yourself, hear me out here, hear me out here. You can tell yourself that it is okay to think that emotion is temporary and that it is in that moment and then it stays in that moment, right? Because for someone to appreciate that emotion is temporary, it stays in the moment. It doesn't bleed over to anything else, right? Like, but when you reflect on a memory, it's you with your current state reflecting on that emotion, and that emotion is constantly changing. It's constantly fluid. It's plastic. Your memory is changing as, and I'm not saying this as a interpretation. It's an observable, converging fact how memory works for human beings. So when you like a Souls game and you think about a Souls game, in retrospect, you might have lost a lot of context. A lot of things that you can still possibly remember again, provided with the same stimuli. Like, when was the last time you heard someone say, "Oh wait, oh yeah, that happened. I totally forgot about it. I must have blocked it out of my memory." Say, well, now that I think about it, I'm not entirely sure if that marred my experience or not, but knowing that, I think I still feel great. Nostalgia is a retrospective emotion. It's not a emotion born out of the memory of what you felt the first time. Semantics, context, and stuff, that stuff is also plastic, but not as plastic as emotion. Emotion is like, sometimes it's just like made up. Like, what I mean by made up is it works to your benefit as a human being. At least that's how I interpret it. I think people tend to save and cherish the way they felt about something if it was special and it's challenged and they defend it, and what I do as well, nostalgia, I guess. Yep. And I'm not just saying about bad things or like it's a detraction or pros and cons. It comes with other things. When you cherish something, it gets stronger than it was before. So the thing you cherish, you might end up liking more than you originally liked it before. It's still different from the moment you had it. For me, when I use a story, I elevate the value of that story over time. And the emotions go with that. So like the emotion that I'm giving when I'm telling a story changes over time as I'm recalling that story. And that story over time becomes more cherished with iteration. So every time I tell an anecdote, a story, it becomes stronger. But stronger isn't fun. It is. It is. Because how do you measure value? How do you measure favorites? How are you answering what you like more? You say it's not fundamentally different. But then how do you answer a question like favorites? What's more important? They are fundamentally different. To the point where people will make decisions specifically based on what you're claiming isn't fundamentally different. Binary decision making makes that fundamentally different. I prefer to do this than that because this is stronger. I mean, it's not to me. I agree with you though. It's not fundamentally different. Okay, here's my personal opinion. Me? Absolutely. I live by that, actually. I personally do not see that as a logical reason. It's just not, in my opinion, fundamentally what people do. It is very important to how people make decisions because those are binary choices. You either do it or you don't. And that thing that is not strongly fundamentally different makes all the difference between a decision. I will save $2. What you meant is it changes priorities? Yeah, it changes priorities. Do you not think changing priorities is fundamentally different? So you don't think it's important that something is, or you're just saying that because you think other people don't. I'm not sure if that's a reflection of your own self. In a binary decision-making system, the smallest of differences create some of the biggest of changes. I will give you a less. I think it's a separate thing. I don't think anything is a separate thing. You're providing conditionals. You're asking, is stronger fundamentally different? Ask yourself, what is stronger? It's a subjective thing. How can it not be fundamentally different? The argument you're making literally makes no fundamental difference to me, but you're making it fundamentally different already because of your subjectiveness. I don't think, I'm not saying that they're either or. I'm just saying one is inclusive of the other. So like what I mean is it is unlikely to be not fundamentally different. Oh man, that's a double negative. I think we need to stray away from the fundamentally different, the double negative. We're asking ourselves, are they too similar? Like, are they fundamentally similar? So like liking something more over time or cherishing something more over time, is it similar to not liking it as much, right? Like the grade, like the amount. Are they similar is what you're asking. Not isn't fundamentally different because I think the double negative is confusing me. So are they similar? My answer is it is unlikely to be true. It is more unlikely to be true than saying the opposite, which everything is fundamentally different. That was very confusing. But yes, I think it is different. It is as different as someone continuing to do something and someone not continuing to do something. It can mean, for the subjective minded, I don't care or I care about it. And I think I know what you're talking about though. So you mean like $1, $2, right? And $2 is really just two $1. So the counting of the currency is the same. It's still currency. I get that. I know what you're talking about. Like, it's literally the same. It's measuring more of the same thing. I get that. I don't think is how people view it. You're making what you're saying didn't change what the point that I was getting at. I think it's stating something like, it's a fun point to make. And I agree with you. If you're happy and you're more happy, it's still the same emotion, right? Like the same identical emotion. Objectively speaking. But they're not fundamentally the same, in my opinion. Because something you love is different from something you like. Are we comparing $1 to $2? It's obviously better, I get that. Okay, alright, Worm. Something you love is different from something you like. I really hope that was appreciable. Can I appreciate that? I think I can too. I think I can. Something that makes you euphoric and something that makes you happy. Those are two extents of happiness. So yeah, the gradient, the spectrum creates another dimension of difference, in my opinion. But how about we use a physical? How about we use like a physics thing, I guess. Quantize energy. No, that's a little too nerdy, I think. We can use valence, like valence electrons. They are a quantized, like the energy in like, well, we'll just hand wave. The energy can be quantized, you know, in a stepwise manner. So one state is fundamentally different from another state. Or water and ice, I guess. Liquid water and ice water. I don't even know. Water and ice. We'll just stick with water and ice. They are fundamentally the same, so to speak. In fact, the only thing that actually changes I guess we can talk about all the colligative properties. Colligative properties are I'm not very good at describing colligative properties. Okay, we'll use whatever this is. chem.fsu.edu. Colligative properties of solutions are properties that depend on the concentration of the dissolved thing, but not upon the identity of the dissolved thing. So you can have more or less of it. But these properties can dramatically affect the fundamental difference of the object. So like when you pass a certain threshold, if you drop below a certain threshold, their states are different. But the actual thing that makes up the thing is fundamentally the same. Kind of like ice and water. Water is a fluid, but the reason why it is in the liquid state is by the volume that it occupies and like the physical rearrangement compared to ice. And like the movement of it. But the stuff, the actual compound is not changing. So that's how I kind of view emotions. I'm not saying it's correct. It's just how I view the weird world we live in. And I think I'm supposed to turn in one of these things. I'm not looking for best analogy, but I get your point. I don't think there's a best analogy for someone subjective like you, but I'm not aiming to have the best analogy. It's just to give you an example that what you said cannot fundamentally be correct, in my opinion. Nor am I saying the everything is fundamentally... I don't want to give you the impression that everything is fundamentally different either. It's just less likely that things can be different than they are the same. If I had to take a gamble, there are a concept is likely to be appreciated to be different than it is the same. All right, we gotta I have to collect my thoughts about this Neverwinter thing. So we finished the thing. There are things that are very, very the same. Let's see here. Let me stuff sort it. I'm prepping my thoughts about how I'm gonna summarize this, because this was 10 different days in the making. Yeah, so let's talk about this, and then we'll cap a moment on this, because now I'm gonna liberate Tuesdays until the next patch or the next content, which I don't know when that is. Let's take a guess. If I had to venture a guess, it's probably around February something. Mid-February. If I'm gonna guess when the next time frame is, it's gonna be 2 weeks after this. February 21st. February 21st is probably when I'm gonna be back evaluating the next Neverwinter update. So for Tuesdays, we might just convert that into a thing I want to do in Osu, which I'll leave it to your imagination what I'm gonna do for Osu. It's not gonna be casual play, it's gonna be something else. That does deal with Osu. Yeah. We have to get through this battle pass. And this battle pass doesn't start till February 7th. And you won't complete these in a reasonable time. 2 weeks. 2 weeks probably. And then they'll introduce the next battle pass. It's not another experiment, just another thing I could play Osu in a way. So I'm trying to like make it thematically appropriate kind of way. So I'm structuring it in a way. I'll let you guess what that is. It's gonna happen next week. Maybe sooner. Maybe a little sooner. And then after like a week or two, we're gonna go back to doing another training thing, another fun training thing. But I have it planned out. You know me and plans. Okay, so let's wrap this up and for the day. I'm gonna head out for the day. Tuesdays are unapologetically Neverwinter for the last 10 weeks. I like structure. Structure is keeping me regular. It keeps me focused. Okay, so let's mark this moment. What can I say about Northdark reaches? Let's talk about some criticisms first. The criticisms is the biggest low point is 10 weeks. I don't understand. I do understand the pragmatic reasons why they did perhaps extending it to 10 weeks, because the development time, right, to introduce these content is well over 10 weeks. It takes way longer than 10 weeks before the next content update. So extending the time is great. But here's the thing. Did it overall incredibly impacted the experience? Well, now that we've finished 10 weeks, the first week set the standard. And what the standard was pretty much as expected. It started out exactly like all the other campaigns. Oh, not exactly, but the structure is there. It's still the kill, fetch, talk, kill, fetch, talk, kill, fetch, talk. And then you get your heroic encounter structure. So all the quest line, we're not going to make any comments about those, because all that is still fundamentally very cryptic. Like, and when I mean cryptic, as in the devs. Then the second week introduced Master Temple of the Spider, which I'll talk about in a little bit after that. That's the dungeon that's associated. But the second week is fundamentally the same as the first week. Except this introduces a weekly on the second week. It was a little bit better, but then from second week all the way to like the 5th week, nearly identical, just additional repeatables and stuff. And then 6th is like a second major like area thing, but it wasn't repeatable, so it's an afterthought. So effectively, from second week all the way to the 8th week is identical, nearly, in terms of like how to progress. It's bootstrapping the same thing. And then the 8th week, there was a pleasant surprise that the actual weapon set in the game in this content was just through the completion of the 8th week milestone. Then 8 to 10 is nearly identical because the requirement was already accessible at 2 weeks. Rewards are rewards. I mean, honestly, placing the companion equipment choice pack at the end, it was like a kick in the teeth, in my opinion. And being earlier would enable empower them to complete this anyways. It's kind of weird. Okay, and then the new dungeon that was introduced for this rework is Temple of the Spider. It's technically an older dungeon, but then it was remastered. I would like to, that's the joke. Like these, they're called master. The dungeon that gets reworked also has a master's version, which is the current end game version. But I like to just refer to them as remastered. Remastered dungeons. That's the theme. You remaster another dungeon, you remaster another trial, and they're called master trials and master dungeons. So this Temple of the Spider, in parentheses, masters. What can I say about it? I think the dungeon remastering is fantastic. Because if we're looking at these dungeons, this one plays substantially different as well. So when we're looking at advanced dungeons, it's still very identifiably different. And that's remarkable. Kudos to the defense team. So it is worth acknowledging that they were doing different things with the dungeon. Now we take all of that away because the structure of the campaign and the structure of the rewards for the solo campaign does not support or even remotely encourage. That's a little aggressive. There are things that can help with prepping for playing in Master Temple of the Spider. However, if you are not part of like the 5% of players, and I'm not even part of the 5% of players anymore, maybe even less. Actually, it could be higher now because there's just a general decrease in total number of players. As the total number of players go down, the proportion of players who are able to do Master Temple of Spiders, Temple of Spider is going to go up by percentage. So maybe we'll say 5%. The rewards, I believe the biggest criticism I can say is, in my honest opinion, it's not going to be simple, but reshuffling the rewards. Solo play should, in my opinion, moving forward, should reward party gear. Party gear that encourages party play for the dungeon or the trial. The highlight of updates is the end game, and the end game isn't the campaign, it's the dungeon or the trials. And then for the completion of the trials or the dungeon, reward solo rewards that make them more efficient at completing the campaign, because you are likely going to make your mind already if you're going to do the dungeon or not in week 2, like really early on, and you're still going to end up having to drudge through the campaign. So providing an incentive, early incentive, to do the party content only to make this process longer is overall a restructuring, but not an increase in resource demands on development time. And overall, in my opinion, is naturally encouraging both sides to appreciate things like a great dungeon. I think the dungeon was fantastic. It's a good mix-up of... It's a great way to say, hey, we can only do certain things. How do we make it different? And they did make it different. It was fantastic. The visuals and the audio is on point as usual, like the voiceover and all that. You make lemonades with lemons. Like there are recycled assets with like dressing and skinning and texture. Yeah, I mean it's a limited group, there's limited resources, and I get it, and it's on par with pretty much everything else. Nothing too exciting, nothing too detrimental. To expand a little bit on the Temple of the Spider thing, there were many controversial changes in gear, which goes into our final thing, which is gear talk. So there are some interesting changes that I like. or initiatives, which is to expand gear that has in-party properties and outside of party properties. So a gear would have a specific pro solo effect when you equip it and you're soloing for campaign, but the moment you enter a party, it swaps the stats for something that's party oriented. And I hope that is a precursor to 2023 where they splinter and provide party gear. And even if it's the same one, it provides this philosophy that there are party stats in a party situation and a solo stat situation, and aggressively achieve that. And that still goes in line with the idea that rewarding party gear to do party things from the solo campaign is fundamentally a bigger ease into it, and then letting the party rewards, like the party play rewards, be solo gear. I mean, hopefully that's the case. And then they have this increasing use of role-based gear. So if you're a tank and you equip this gear, you get something. If you're a healer, you get something else. And if you're a pain giver or DPS, you get something else, right? But the biggest criticism about that is every single mechanical proc of these gear is based on pain giving. It's a DPS oriented philosophy on how to proc these things. It's not a healer or tank. So effectively, if they're gonna unapologetically continue this, I hope they differentiate between the mechanical understanding of the game. In my personal opinion, there is not enough indication that the people who develop gear is substantially understanding or resonating with healers and tanks. Like what mechanically they're doing in the game. There's not enough converging evidence that would tell me that they substantially understand the patterns and movements of people who play tanks and healers. It's not like they're tracking all the avatars and checking if, oh, you hit shift, so what is my... It's just one proc, and it's pain giving oriented. It's when you do DPS, this is what you typically do. That's inherently the biggest criticism. And then rings and stuff, that's fine. There are an expansion and diversification of modifications, which is very optimistic, because the more diversification of modifications allow for more playstyles. Even though the system doesn't change, the mods can encourage people to play differently or focus on different things that they might not have liked, or maybe they're deficient at, or maybe tell them that's something that they're already inherently good at, and etc. You know, something that switch it up. So here's the hot take. This is a great precursor to possibly changes in the future that would allow me to recommend playing Neverwinter. But there are two glaring things. That is, even with no change to the way the content is being received, legacy gear, that is the ticket to the new content, that is inexcusable. And what I mean by that is, to do Temple of the Spider, it requires legacy gear that does not even involve Northdark reaches. Like, the selection fact, it's not standalone. These campaigns do not stand alone. If the intent is to have Northdark reaches stand alone, legacy gear has to stop superseding it. Because it makes playing this game optional. Effectively optional. The more legacy gear supersedes the current campaign, the less likely you're motivated to do the campaign. That's I like to think that's fairly relatable for most people. And do I have any evidence that that's the case? Well, we had this ring back in New Sharandar when hardcore was introduced called the Band of Air. And it's constantly being used as a euphemism, like, hey, we want gear to be in line with other gear so that this gear doesn't stay at the top all the time. And it provides, well, you're at that situation again where for party play, there's a de facto legacy gear that supersedes any incentive for the end game to complete this campaign. It's largely made it almost irrelevant. And that is weird. And I'm not talking about facts. The facts are you don't need those things. But then the other facts are those people who think you don't need them, they don't do the content anyways because the ticket doesn't even involve this campaign. Those are the hot take super criticisms. Perhaps do something about it. I don't really know, but it's really hard to recommend even coming back for this update because 90% of it's irrelevant. Like from a perspective of devs concerned with their gear, feeling of progress, it got superseded. Legacy gear is continuously superseding the current incentive. So looking forward to how they address that. And then the hot take score. Some bonus points. If we go with the ups and downs, I'm going to give it a solid... It's a 5 out of 10. Yeah, 5 out of 10. Business as usual. There are... most of it, 75% of it is business as usual. And then the other 25%, there's a mix of up and downs that it just comes out to another 5 out of 10. Not a very strong, compelling way to convince anyone to come back to Neverwinter. New players, if they're looking to play it, they probably still play it and then leave after they reach probably somewhere around here. Yep. All right. Solid. 5 out of 10. And with that, yes, I'm going to start doing a new Osu experiment until, how long do we have? It's, January 10th? We have like a whole month, more than a month. Unless my prediction is not correct. Typically, what you get is you get Battle Pass. So the ongoing Battle Pass is Northdark Divided. And there weren't any announcements. So typically you kind of run the course of the Battle Pass before... a little before the end or like the reasonable completion date of the Battle Pass, there will be an announcement of the next thing, which tends to be maybe within the week or two of the last completed Battle Pass thing, just to spread out the thinly veil of progress. And it's a very thin veil. Yeah. So for today, I'll take my leave. Tomorrow is Wednesday. We'll see how I feel. Yeah, and thanks for chatting, Worm. It's always wonderfully challenging. It's quite nice. Quite nice. Those before you, like Fetishes and Mazuku, oh, they know. They know, but they now they're more observers. It's nice to have this type of discussion when you're B-rolling, right? I used to do this quite a lot with Neverwinter in the background. Anyways. Until the next Neverwinter update, I guess, for those who were interested or not. This game is a solid 30 to 40 hour beginning to end onto hitting a subjective wall. And then that subjective wall either tells you you want to go over that wall or just find new things. And I would say right now, conservatively, 7 out of 10 people, when they hit that wall at the end of 40 hours-ish, we are not to see them again. Or like the community is likely will not hear from that player ever again. Maybe 3 or 4 years down the line, if this game is still up, perhaps it'll be a different story. Alright. Good luck, whoever is still playing this game. And I'll catch a lot of you on a different time. Tomorrow we might do that little thing. We'll see. Yeah. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll do the proper edits, load them up on VODs, and, you know, happy gaming. Good luck with everything. Keep challenging yourself. Alright, take care. Bye.